see. Flip the camera around. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is Alex and Fanboy from Laughing Place. And today we are going to be doing a live puzzle build. We're coming to you live from California quarantine. Today we've selected this one, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the one that started it all. These puzzles were given to us by our friends at Ravensburger. They make great puzzles, they make great games. We visited them at Toy Fair this year. They have a brand new edition of Disney Villainous that's themed to Cruella de Vil. It also has Peg Leg Pete in that game, which is really exciting. They're also the ones that have that really awesome looking Jungle Cruise game that's coming out, as well as the Hocus Pocus game. So we love Ravensburger. We've done one of their puzzle builds before, so this is our second one, and we've got a lot to talk about as we build it. Fanboy, do you want the honors of sealing open the packaging?
Sealing open.
Or cracking open, I should say. Maybe do it on camera. And we have two dogs, so you'll hear potentially some barking, some clicking of nails. A few times they might want to go outside. It's kind of a drizzly day here in the Bay Area. You having trouble?
I'm a big boy, I can do it.
Good job.
They also have a Bambi and a Cindy. Can't see.
And actually, this was from the first wave of these puzzles, but there have been more that came out. So if you search online for Ravensburger Disney puzzles, you'll find a lot more options than these. And
It has instructions.
instructions on how to build a puzzle. And at Toy Fair, they were debuting a brand new Sleeping Beauty one to this line of these collector's edition puzzles. This is 1,000 pieces, and they are tiny-ish pieces, so this will be fun. And
Disney, where's that go?
that's probably in the bottom. Oh, actually, it's not quite the bottom. It's right here. But is a border piece. I always like to build the border first. But this collection, I like it. It's got this film strip motif that comes around and it features a lot of the characters. This is obviously like the big celebration from the end of Snow White. Spoiler if you haven't seen the film. And
She wakes up.
she wakes up. Hopefully you have Disney Plus, at least so you can watch it there. But I like this. My favorite Disney movie from the Walt era is Peter Pan, and then from the modern era is Little Mermaid. And they have Peter Pan and Little Mermaid in this set too, so I've been looking to pick those up. And here is a dwarf's eyes. I always like to separate the borders from like specific characters. You can kind of keep things grouped together. So we'll do borders down here. This looks like the prince's clasp, so any prince pieces we'll put over here. If you find a Snow White piece, let's put them up here. I can't tell if that's Snow White yellow or dwarf yellow, but I'll just put all the yellow over here. There's her smile, dwarf eyes. Now, Fanboy, do you remember the first time you saw Snow White, like where you were, how old you were?
I don't remember. I mean, I guess I could look up when the re-releases were.
So my first time seeing the entire film was 1993 when they did.
Much earlier than that.
See, I'm a little younger than you, but there's about 3 years between the two of us. But I knew about Snow White, and it really bothered me that I couldn't see it. I was watching all of those Disney sing-along VHS tapes for anyone who remembers those, and it was always, let's put film strip pieces up here. So I knew all the songs from Snow White because I would see them all the time on the Disney sing-along tapes, and I was, ingrained enough to know that it was the very first animated feature, and to know that it had the moniker, the one that started it all, but it wasn't available. It was not accessible.
Where are we putting border pieces that have film strips?
I would still put them down in the border. We'll keep anything that's a true border piece down there, but if it's a mid-piece film strip, put it up here. So I knew Snow White existed, and I remember calling my Disney store, which wasn't in my hometown. It was about an hour drive, but I would call them like routinely and ask if they had Snow White. And I remember the day that somebody used a word I had never heard before, and you don't hear it often anymore either, but moratorium. And they told me Snow White was in moratorium. It was, I don't know if they were using the phrase Disney Vault yet, but they told me it was in moratorium, and they didn't know if or when it would be released. I then at some point learned that Roy Disney had said that Snow White would never be released on VHS. So I was maybe 7 or 8 when it came out in theaters in '93, and I remember being so excited to see it. McDonald's had toys, and they were like the Seven Dwarfs in their main cars with little gems. So I remember collecting as many of those McDonald's Happy Meal toys as I could. And I was just so excited to finally see it. So that's like a Disney memory that I have from growing up that has always stayed with me. That's Snow White centric. And before that, I definitely had been to Disney World, ridden Snow White's Scary Adventures, so I was familiar with
May it rest in peace.
the attractions. I know. Well, and there have been, I mean, Snow White has appeared in quite a few attractions over the years. Obviously, now at Disney World, you can experience the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, which I think is the best one they've ever done. What about you, fanboy?
Fantasmic.
Snow White is in Fantasmic.
That's true.
That is true. She was also in Mickey Mouse Review, which I never got to do in person, or if I did do it, I don't remember it.
It was gone before. I think it was gone before you were born, right?
I don't know.
Because it went to Tokyo.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was no longer in the domestic parks by the time I was of age to visit Disney World. I forgot about that. And I was online, everyone's making their own, Disney experiences in home right now. It's been fun to see how creative people can be. But one of the things that the Walt Dated, I think is the name of the site, but they shared a really fun souvenir from back when Mickey Mouse Review was in the parks, and it was a punch out booklet, kind of like paper dolls, that would allow you to recreate the Mickey Mouse Review attraction, which would have been fun. We weren't there.
That was
That
not.
might be Dwarf Border. And if you guys are on there, you can leave us a comment or talk along. Fanboy is going to occasionally be checking, so we might have a little bit of a delay, but we will try and answer any questions or respond. Now, we are in quarantine. I think the world is in quarantine.
Well, we're in self-isolation. We're not in court.
Self-isolation, sorry, better word. Because we don't have coronavirus as far as we know. But we have been sheltering in place, not really going out. Thankfully, I was able to get a grocery pickup order at our local grocery store for Tuesday. So that's from having to go into a store this week, which is really nice. It took a long time. If you're trying to get one, just keep checking. I don't have any pro tips on how to do it. What was that, bad boy?
That was the ad before our video where I'm checking.
Oh, you're trying to check if anyone's commenting or...
Savage Jacobs asks, how are we?
We are doing great. How are you? I hope everyone who's watching is doing good. You have anything to add on how you're doing?
I'll be better once this puzzle's done, because then I'll feel accomplished.
We're just getting started. I think that might be a dwarf piece.
What do you...
That's Prince's face. Where did I put that other Prince piece? Here we go. What have you been doing to keep busy during this time, fanboy?
Working.
Yeah, we've both been working. Living Place takes a lot of time to run, or just kind of be on standby waiting for things to happen. And I have a huge backlog of books to review and get through because Disney publishes a lot of books for pretty much all age ranges. Lots of books for young kids that are picture books, but they also do a lot of teen fiction. A lot of people don't realize that. Here's the part of that copyright piece. They do a lot of teen fiction. They do a lot of kind of young reader books or books that are more. And so we review pretty much all of those. And we got really behind on them because we were just so busy traveling. And so it's kind of nice to slow down, but I don't want this to last too long. And before we were traveling a lot actually as the world kind of came to a halt. We were in Southern California, visited Disneyland, went to the Bowers Museum to see the D23 exhibit there. Then we went out to Disney World, got to experience Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, took a road trip to Disney's Hilton Head Island Resort, and that was on our way up to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Disney annual meeting of shareholders. We try and go to that every year. And that was when everything came to a halt while we were at the shareholder meeting. The news started to break about things like South by Southwest getting canceled, CinemaCon, and right around that time, we were supposed to be going to South by Southwest, so it kind of put us in a tricky position. The airlines weren't really doing much in terms of like waiving fees for rebooking if you had an event that was canceled. So it took us a little while to get home. It got a little scary because, we had to be in words as they were telling everybody stop traveling.
We got our first piece.
It happened a little bit off camera,
sorry.
but don't wanna steal anything from you.
This thing is now officially copyright Disney.
It's official. It is copyright Disney. We'll put that where you all can see it. Is that on camera? There you go. Do you have a favorite character, right, fanboy? Magic Mirror favorite?
Yeah.
I love Peter Pan. I like how Con Reed played the Magic Mirror in the film.
No.
But on Disneyland television show.
We used to have a writer that used to complain that the Magic Mirror and Fantastic like Hans Connery, and I believe it's because he hadn't seen the movie, but has seen the wonderful Disney episodes of Hans Connery as the Magic Mirror.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He don't work here no more.
Oh, there's a flower.
Second piece.
Where's that? Probably in like somebody's hand or something. We'll put it near the dwarfs. Piece of the princess. Okay. I don't feel like our kitchen table is not big enough whenever we do a puzzle. Excuse me. So we got to experience Magic Happens. Is Snow White in Magic Happens, fanboy? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
I don't think she is.
I really had to pee.
We were watching Magic Happens?
Yeah, so I don't remember it very well.
So that's what you remember,
Yeah.
is how much you had to go to the bathroom.
Well, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Aurora definitely is. She has her own. Anyone's watching and is very familiar with Magic Happens. And what else did we do at Disneyland that trip?
Food wine.
California Food and Wine. We got to do a backstage tour that they offer now, or we're offering at the time, and hopefully they'll offer again because that was a neat experience. This was, I think, the first year they had that option as in the park and experiencing the food, but rather you got to get a tour of the special events operation kitchen, which was pretty cool to see. And then they took us backstage and we got to do a cooking demo. We got to make the watermelon poke bowl that they're serving in the parks.
I want to be the very best.
Dun, dun, dun.
Like no one ever was.
Do you consider Pokemon Disney because it plays on Disney now? No. Do we consider Bluey Disney since it's on Disney Plus?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you guys watched Bluey?
Is a delightful surprise. Something new to check out on Disney Plus. I'll warn you up front, it is so the fact that us two grown men without I'm a parent, but I'm a parent. But is really cute. It's from Australia, and it's about the blue. What's the something?
Yeah,
a blue dog, and just really sweet. Well, we really interact with kids. The kids have big imaginations, always trying. But it's all really cute, and it's honest. It talks about things that most children's programs don't. and I enjoy it. We're actually almost done. We've been watching that occasionally as like a good unwind, try and get to bed show. So if you're looking for something like that, I like it because it is very uplifting, and at the end of the day, sometimes you need that, and especially now.
Ooh, corner piece. Wah, 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 wah.
There's only 4 of those.
Whoa, we got an edge.
Good job. I've heard that puzzle sales have been doing well.
That would make sense.
That would make sense. And sales as well. Oh, Snow White has the start of a face. I saw her lips at one. Maybe not. Oops, that one came with a bonus piece, but it belongs in the
I
section.
call that the Frankie piece.
The Frankie. Oh, like the bonus Jonas.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your favorite Jonas brother?
Frankie.
Frankie. He voiced Ponyo. Or he voiced Sosuke, Ponyo's friend. Miley Cyrus's sister, Noah, voiced Ponyo.
What's she up to?
She has been making music, as far as I'm aware. I haven't really kept up with her career, but every once in a while, Apple Music will say there's a new Noah
She
Cyrus
has a
song.
career?
She does. Well, and Miley, she's just being Miley. She has her own YouTube show, and big news broke the other day that Selena Gomez was on it and admitted to having, I think she said bipolar. Don't quote me on that.
Huh?
But so they had kind of an honest reveal. I think it's cool that a lot of those Disney Channel kids have kind of banded together. In my youth, the biggest stars on the scene for kids and teens was Britney and Christina, and then obviously the boy bands. But the boy bands were always at war with each other. And then me and Christina were very much pitted against each other.
Disney legend Christina Aguilera.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rub it in. Brittany's done more for the company though, so. But it was always like they were trying to pit them against each other. So it always felt like they were at odds. And I think it's cool that a lot of the modern era or more recent era Disney girls have not let that happen as much. The Demi Lovato, Taylor Swift thing is the most drama we've seen from that crowd.
Taylor Swift is Disney?
What'd you say?
Taylor Swift? I don't know.
No, but so I don't know if you remember Demi and Selena were, marketed as the best of friends, and they made that Princess Protection Program movie.
Yeah. Aren't they the best? They're in Austin, Texas.
They allegedly had a fallout over jealousy of Taylor Swift. Like Selena and Taylor started spending a lot of time together, and then Demi was feeling left out.
You didn't think you were going to get this during a Snow White puzzle, did you?
Right? The things you hear on Laughing Place. And if anybody knows more of the tea, feel free to chime in.
What's the tea?
That's what the kids are calling it these days.
Calling what?
Like drama. The tea.
Really?
It's the,
Where'd that come from?
I don't know. Probably Drag Race, like everything.
Oh. That's not Disney.
It is not. But they occasionally do Disney things. And I don't watch the show very much, but a lot of my friends do. And so they'll message me when they've become princesses or have done like Wonderland or things like that. So they like to have fun.
I like to have fun, but I do it by having puzzles.
You're old school.
Word to your mother goose.
Wow, really put a spin on that.
Uh-huh. I like to keep it fresh. Like Will Smith.
Just like Will Smith. Genie Aladdin. Not yet a Disney legend.
Someone just wished us best of luck with this project. How long will you be streaming? It's a good question. Depends on this.
Yeah, we are hoping to finish this today. So we'll see. We did try this once before. It was a much more complicated looking puzzle. This is what we're building right now. Before we did one, it was a Disney villainous Jafar puzzle, and it was lots of different like picture frames and then a lot of green and black space in between. And that green and black space in between is what really took us forever to get done. And I'm hoping that because this one is so many characters that we'll be able to get a lot more of it done in a faster time. The other two puzzles that Ravensburger gave us, these are the original 5 in this collection. We got the Dumbo one and the Sorcerer Mickey one. Sorcerer Mickey seems like that one would take quite a bit of time because of all the blue and brown. And same with Dumbo, it just has just a few colors in it, but the Snow White one obviously has a lot of colors, a lot of variants. Should be able to hopefully identify the edge differences. And right now what we're doing, we're sorting obviously the border pieces. That's always a good strategy. Anything that looks like a dwarf, we're putting over here. Anything that looks like Snow White or the Prince, we're putting up here. And hopefully that will help us more quickly assemble this beautiful looking puzzle. And so
I apologize if I'm not saying your name right, but Otar says he would have chosen the same puzzle too.
Oh, good. Glad someone else agrees with our decision-making process. Long and hard about which one we would do.
When he says we, he meant...
I meant me.
I tend to have a misguided understanding of how long this will take us.
Yes, that is true. But I love puzzles. Did you do a lot of puzzles as a kid, Benji?
Yeah, my grandma.
Aw, that's sweet. My dad and I would do them. And it was always nice, you know, when we would do a big puzzle and then people would walk by and just sit down and start working on it for a little bit. The biggest one we ever did as a kid, it was 5,000 pieces, all about this size. I am a huge Wizard of Oz fan. So it was a collage of the Yellow Brick Road. And then it had a lot of props from the films, obviously like the ruby slippers, but it had the witch's broom, the Tin Man's heart, the oil can, some scarecrow straw, and it had a lot of just blank yellow brick pieces to build, and it took a long time. And that's one where we actually used the painted over it, framed it, and it's in the basement at my parents' house today. But that is probably my happiest puzzle memory. I had a lot of puzzles where like Disney movie posters, specifically their 1990s re-release. The hardest one that I had was 101 Dalmatians. And I don't know if you remember the 90s version of that poster, but it was white. And then it had about 101 Dalmatians on it. And Cruella de Vil was maybe the only pop of color other than a few of the Dalmatians collars on that puzzle. So that one took a long time. I had one of the big, intricate Aladdin animated film poster. That's a dwarf mouth, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Looks like maybe Dopey. It was the Aladdin, like, intricate poster, the big one it was from the finale of Never Had a Like Me, and it had all the characters in the gold treasure room from the Cave of Wonders. That was fun. We're on that.
Can I have the back of the box?
Yes. What are you checking out?
Well, I just want my own version so I can see.
Oh, I see. You can keep the big one there if you want. Right now I'm just sorting. It actually gives me more room to work with over here. What's that? That's a dwarf. Some missing stars.
Where's the kissy kissy?
What do you mean? Oh, from the film strip?
Over here.
Which kiss from Snow White is it?
It's the finale one.
Okay, because there's also Snow White kissing all the dwarfs' foreheads.
Oh no, this is the kissy kissy.
The big kiss. The one that really counts. So after Disneyland and Magic Happens, we ventured out, California Adventure Food and Wine Festival, we ventured out to Disney World, took a red-eye flight to Orlando. And first thing we did was actually go to Epcot and check out the Flower and Garden Festival. Do you have any highlights from the Flower and Garden Festival you want to share, fanboy?
People.
We saw Peebo Bryson, Mr. End Credits, as fanboy likes to call him. He sings with Celine Dion on the end credit version of Beauty and the Beast. He sang A Whole New World with Regina Belle for Aladdin. And he sang both of those songs as part of his set list. He did not sing As Long as There's Christmas. He did As Long as There's Christmas as well on Beauty and the Beast, the Enchanted Christmas direct-to-video film. Still waiting for the live-action adaptation of that one.
It's coming.
Is it?
I presume so.
Well, they're making that Gaston and LeFou Disney Plus series as the spin-off to the live-action Beauty and the Beast at the moment. But maybe they'll incorporate bits of Enchanted Christmas in there. It's funny because, in general, a lot of people don't care for the straight-to-video films. But that is one that I think, because it's Christmas-themed and a lot of families have watched it for 20 years at the holiday times, that people do seem to have more affinity for than, say, Bambi 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
No subtitle on Bambi 2. But Bambi 2 is actually a cute movie to watch for springtime, if you're trying to celebrate spring in some ways. Today, it doesn't look very spring-like here. It's a very drizzly day. But I actually like it because I did some gardening. So I've been playing Animal Crossing New Horizons, and you're constantly planting trees and things. It made me want to plant something in real life. So I had a corner of our backyard that the plants that I had planted there never really took off. I had a bush that died. I had 2 grass plants that became way too overgrown. So I spent a day basically clearing out that corner and ordered from Home Depot online a Japanese cherry blossom tree. I've always loved Japanese culture, and cherry blossoms are so beautiful. We took a trip to Japan for the first time in the fall, and obviously we didn't really get to see cherry blossoms, but because it was warmer than usual and they had had a cold snap and then it warmed up, they were getting what they called crazy blossoms, which were basically the cherry blossom trees starting to bloom a little bit. They were white, not pink. And they said, it'll get cold again and those will die and fade away. We were planning to go back to Japan this month. Obviously, we are not. The park's not even open. But, one of the things I thought was, well, during this time, I could plant my own cherry blossom tree. Here in California, they grow pretty well. It's in the hardiness zone for that type of tree. And so I got it from HomeDepot.com. It came as basically a stick with a bare root on it. And it's been in the ground a little over a week now, and it is really taking off. It has a lot of leaves, and I'm convinced it's taller. So it's good to have a rainy day like this, because it means I can conserve some of our own water. And in California, you never know when the next drought's going to come. So,
breaking Disney news.
What is the breaking Disney news?
D23 this week is hosting a Goofy Movie 25th anniversary virtual event lineup.
Oh, that's cool.
On Monday, you can sing and dance to Eye to Eye with D23. Don't know what that means, but we'll find out. On Tuesday, you can watch a Goofy movie from D23 Expo 2015.
Oh, I never got to see that.
On Thursday, you can learn to draw Max with a Disney animator.
Is that going to be through the Disney Animation Draw with Disney series?
I don't know. And on Friday, April 10th, you can tune TOON, because, some of us are clever.
They are.
Our exclusive cast reunion and virtual watch party at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
I will be doing it. I love the movie. That's one of your favorites, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like my comfort food of Disney animation.
And that was done by Disney Toon Studios, which we were talking about rewatching DuckTales Treasure of the Lost Lamp, because last night we watched an episode of DuckTales, and I don't want to spoil anything for those of you who are watching it and haven't seen it, but I'll just say that movie became relevant in that new episode. So that might be... We've been trying to watch a movie most nights. Just set aside some time to kind of disconnect and enjoy a film, and that's on my list now. It's on Disney Plus, along with all of the original DuckTales.
Woo!
That was appropriately timed. Goofy movie. Do you remember seeing that? Did you see that in the theaters, family?
Yeah, with my grandparents.
Aw.
That's sort of the theme of the day, I guess. Things I've done with my
Things
grandparents.
you've done with your grandparents. I want to say my mom took me, and my brothers. I was obviously the Goofy's my favorite. The Sensational Six now used to be Fat Five, and that movie I was really excited for, and not disappoint. I was a huge fan of it then. It's been kind of funny. A lot of things that I was a huge fan of in the '90s that nobody else really seemed to care about have really caught on over the years. Muppet Christmas Carol was not a big hit. Nobody really knew about it, and that was like my favorite. It still is one of my favorite Christmas movies. And Hocus Pocus, I was obsessed with from before the time it even came out. I remember Disney Channel was promoting it with some behind the scenes clips, and Hocus Pocus is how I learned about like movie flight rigs, because they would show clips of the Sanderson sisters on a wire rig being flown around an indoor set of the graveyard. I thought that was so cool. And I remember it came out in the summer. They did a sneak.
Because that made sense.
It made total sense. Well, do you know the reason behind why it came out in the summer?
Because Nightmare was coming out in the fall.
Yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas came out the same year. Disney, I guess, didn't think about it when they put them into production, but realized they had two Halloween movies coming out in the same year, and decided they shouldn't both come out at the same time. They didn't want them to compete. So they thought, well, Hocus Pocus, like, Rotten Tomatoes didn't exist back then, but if it did, it would have had a rotten score. Critics did not like Hocus Pocus.
I remember before I saw it, someone told me, you should rent it.
So I think because they realized that Hocus Pocus was not trending well, they decided to put Hocus Pocus out in the summer so that it would be in rental stores by Halloween. And they banked on that where it would make most of its money.
Little did they know they'd be buying ABC Family.
Two before its official release date. And I was so jazzed and pumped for that film that I wanted to go. And this was back before you could just buy tickets in advance online. You could buy tickets in advance if you went to the box office, but we didn't think we needed to. Or I should say, I was like 8 or 9, so I wasn't of age to really make the decision. But my mom didn't think that was going to be necessary. So we arrive at the theater maybe 10 minutes before the sneak preview starts, and it is
10 minutes before the movie starts?
Yeah, we didn't go there.
Weird.
I mean, we were kids, we were antsy.
Always 20 minutes.
I think but this before they had any on the screen before the movie started. Do you remember that?
Yeah, well, they had slideshows.
Maybe. Yeah, slideshows that were basically like, go buy popcorn.
Yeah. Well, what do you think it is?
I grew up in the Midwest. There wasn't much. It wasn't, I don't think they were so that big back then. At least not in my local theaters. So we get there. It is sold out. And it was something else. I can't remember what it was. But I do remember several times pretending to go to the bathroom, and what I would actually do was press my face up against the doors on the Hocus Pocus theater and watch a little bit of it. That was back when most movie theaters were flat, stadium seating wasn't around, and you could basically see the screen straight on from the door in the movie theater. So I went in and watched a little bit of Hocus Pocus before it actually came out. And I think we went on like the first Friday to see it. It did not disappoint. Fell in love with it. Then it came out as a rental only for quite, it time to me. Maybe I want to say it was more than 6 months. I want to say they waited to bring it out for sale almost a full year because they didn't think people would buy a Halloween film mid-year. So I remember occasionally going into my Suncoast, and Suncoast was a video-only store, basically, that existed in a lot of malls back then, and they could order anything that wasn't in stock. What was funny was Suncoast had access to ordering movies that were available for rental only, but to buy those was like $100. So I remember like occasionally going in and being like, has the price dropped on Hocus Pocus yet? Because I really wanted it. And then I did actually get a copy of it from the previously viewed section at Blockbuster well before it hit store shelves because I was so excited.
The CB channel just said Freeform by Boomers. Did you leave a CB channel? We're not Boomers.
You're not Boomers. I would say I'm an old soul.
I would say that too, but I'm not that old.
I am technically, by birth year, a millennial.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But I feel like I am more of a zennial.
I feel like
based on
you're part of the greatest generation.
Based on the description of a zennial, that's where I feel like I identify. So I was born millennial, but I identify as zennial. But I actually, Freeform has been doing some pretty good content lately. I'll admit, not a lot appeals to me. I really don't care for Siren, for my mermaids to be happier. I really love Okay, series by a comedian.
Straight.
Yeah, and that's a great show. Basically, it's about a character who is visiting. His dad left him and his mom when he was younger, and then went off and started his own family. Had two daughters, one woman, and that woman died. And he's there visiting his dad just for the summer, about to go back, and his dad drops a bomb. And this sounds more like a drama, but I swear it's a comedy. His dad drops a bomb that he has very terminal cancer. He has
very terminal.
Very terminal. It is very terminal. He has a way to live, and he wants his son to move in and finish raising his daughters. One of them is just socially awkward. The other one is on the autism spectrum. And so he does it, and it's, I don't know, it's funny, but it's also heartwarming. It's very charming. I really like that show. So if you're looking for something new to check out, I do recommend Freeform's Everything's Gonna Be Okay. If you have Hulu, I think the whole series is streaming there. I think they just had their season finale, which I haven't seen yet. They've also done some good movies lately. So their Christmas movies, like The Thing About Harry, which was their most recent one. They dropped that right around Valentine's Day.
I did not see that one.
It's still on Hulu. Just because it has a love theme doesn't mean it's not appropriate on Valentine's Day. Lost anybody? It said our hopefully that is sorted out. What was your question, fanboy?
Oh, the puzzle dust.
Puzzle dust. So he was talking about the puzzle dust. I don't know if you can see it. All puzzles have that. And the last time that we did one of these puzzles builds, Ravensburger had given us a really nice puzzle board. It's made of wood, has a blue felt surface, and then you can raise it. So if you are having, feeling cramped from leaning over too much, it helps with that. But we learned the hard way that first time that if you dump all the puzzle pieces for the first time onto that, they stick to the felt. So you got to be careful. So my recommendation, if you have those or are looking at getting one of those, is lay your pieces out elsewhere first and then start building on the puzzle board. Otherwise, you will get all that puzzle dust in there. It's a dwarf piece. A lot of dwarf pieces. Those are going to take a while. A lot of dwarfs. 7 to be exact. To be specific.
How come it's dwarfs and not dwarves?
I think because Google didn't exist and somebody didn't know, is my theory. If anybody else knows an official answer, if we have any Disney archivists or armchair archivists watching, feel free to chime in. But my thought was always that they simply didn't know that they were using the wrong formula.
Let us know in the chat if you got anything you want to talk about, because it's going to be a while.
And, fairy tale wise, when you find printed versions of Snow White, a lot of them correct to dwarves with a V sound.
Boom.
A va-va-voom.
One song. I have but one song.
A fanboy serenade. Und the Tiki Room. There's one of the dogs. That is Dory barking right now. Nemo's the one who kind of quietly cries. He's a barker. He's trying to be so good. So sometimes start kind of crying instead of barking, and then usually he'll get to a point where he just can't help it.
Anyone else watch DuckTales last night or yesterday? Very special episodes.
To play Animal Crossing, and when we were trying to visit each other's islands, to do it. So sorry about that if we keep bumping out. As soon as we realize it, we will be back in. All right, we're getting to a point where we looked little bits here and there. How's the border coming along, fanboy?
I got this part, I got that part, I got that part, and that part, and that part.
Thank you for showing us all your parts. Now, so we did the Flower and Garden Festival at Epcot, and what was the highlight of that? Or yeah, you said Peebo. Besides Peebo and a Mickey Mouse one, and that was a really fun way to kind of go through World Showcase, and I think it made us see more because we were looking for something in particular, so our eyes were kind of looking all over the place, and I feel like we got a experience as a result. And it was fun because it was a lot of other adults and couples that were around doing it. I didn't see as many families doing it as usual, so it was definitely attracting more of the older crowd. And then we went to House Studios to check out their newest attraction. Fanboy, what did you think of Mickey and Minnie's Runaway?
I loved it.
Is that all you want to say?
At the moment.
Okay.
A little verklempt.
A little verklempt. I loved it as well. And I don't know about you. I have the newer Mickey Mouse shorts on Disney Channel. I was initially not a fan, but they grew on me over the years. I think the fact that they started with shorts where they were like going around the world to different international locations made it feel less like Mickey Mouse. Also, the characters are obviously different. But I do appreciate that Mickey has sort of gone back to his more rascally attitude from the earliest days. If you go back and watch a lot of the first black and white Mickey Mouse shorts, Mickey was not the same as he was later. He really softened up over time. I think as he became more popular, and started being closely associated with Walt Disney's persona, I think Walt became very about what he would and wouldn't allow Mickey to do. And what's funny is Mickey actually kind of waned in popularity as he started to get a little more vanilla. And then Donald Duck came about, and Donald Duck became the big star of the Disney studios. A lot of people don't realize that for most of Mickey's career after Donald Duck came about, Mickey shorts were second in demand to Donald Duck shorts. And there were actually more Donald Duck starring shorts produced than there are Mickey Mouse shorts. Right now, Disney Plus just debuted. I'm going to turn the light on because it's raining pretty hard. It's pretty dark. But Disney Plus just added 14 of the classic era shorts as of this Friday. So you can go check some of those out. And as a surprise, surprise, most of them are Donald Duck shorts as a result. And there were a couple I think you hadn't even seen, Fanboy. Is that correct? You hadn't seen The New Neighbor?
I've seen The New Neighbor.
Oh, okay. Because you asked what it was.
I didn't know the name, but I've seen it.
Oh, okay. I took that to mean you were unfamiliar.
That's because you jumped to conclusions.
I do. Does everybody know the Jump to Conclusion song from Disney's Office Space?
No.
Don't jump to conclusion. Oh, in this space, there's a character who invents this product. It's the Jump to Conclusions mat, and it basically has different decisions on it, and you would like jump on and see which decision you landed on. It's a stupid idea. It did not go far for him in the film. But that's right. I've always mixed up that with the Mickey Mouse Club Jump to Conclusions song. I wish they would put more of the Mickey Mouse Club on Disney Plus.
I want to see what happens to what's the name? Blippi.
Oh, yeah, Blippi, the British bear puppet that we weren't familiar with. The first week of the Mickey Mouse Club is on Disney Plus, and they're in their full hour-long format. We would watch Mickey Mouse on Walt Disney when we were kids, and it was edited. Each episode was only a half hour. They would cut out usually like the cartoon shorts and just trim it down to a few of the sketches. I think I saw a comment come through, Fanboy. If you're able to see who said what.
The CB channel's back. Hi, back. Welcome back.
Hello.
Did you have a nice break? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, we hope everybody is healthy, safe, and not going too stir crazy during these times. It's important to do things that keep your spirits up. Oh, here's Snow White's mouth. You might see it somewhere. We have Snow White's face up here. Let's see if I can bring that a little closer.
I got Donald Duck back here.
I got Donald Duck back here. So we are making some progress.
I feel like I'm missing a major corner piece.
Well, we've got
like this one.
Everything pretty much. It'll be a sparkly piece. I've been putting sparkle pieces over here, and it's possible that I missed.
No, it's not sparkle. It's be like a film strip.
Oh, like a film strip. Ooh. We'll go nuts. That's the corner up here.
No, another corner piece.
There you go. I tend to do that. May I see the box, please? I'll put it here so everyone can see sort of what's come all the time. Apparently I spoke to the email. Alright, so the princess face is going to be quite a distance from Snow's. Let's see. I've not been paying close attention to her bodice. That's part of the prince.
Mickey Mouse Club is on.
I mean, and I think it would be cool for parents or grandparents. Also, it would be really fun to get, the 90s version, even the 70s version, or at least the special. I never watched much of the 70s version, but I did once catch on Walt Disney the Musketeers Go to Walt Disney World, and that was really fun. And in that special, they go to River Country, and they sing a song about River Country that will stay with you forever. Goes a little something like this. River country, big river country, something, 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 river country.
You've been warned.
It's great. It's an earworm. It will never leave you.
Do you remember Disney sing-alongs? Disney sing-alongs.
Do. So, I had... Thank you. I had pretty much all of them from like the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. And they had the numbers on the spine, so I had to complete the collection. I didn't really know where it was going to go to, but I think 12. I think that was as many as I had. And so we were talking when we first started about our memories of Snow White and the first times we remember seeing it or being exposed to it. And for me, my very first exposure to anything Snow White was, I think, through one of those sing-along song videos. And then I remember, knowing about Snow White, wanting to see it, and learning the phrase moratorium, which I guess before they were referring to it as the vault, they called it moratorium. And so I would occasionally call my Disney store when we would go visit Disney World. I would ask the cast members at the gift shops if they sold VHS tapes. I would ask if they had Snow White, and they would always, kind of laugh and say no. and just really wanting to see it and being really heartbroken that it was inaccessible. And then I remember when they announced it was coming back to theaters. For a lot of you who don't know, there's actually kind of an interesting story about Disney and getting into the home entertainment business. Roy, when they first started, he was a little worried about releasing any of the animated home video. He was obviously concerned about but his other big concern was that people wouldn't want to come back to see the movies in the theater. And Snow White in particular would be re-released in every 7 years, and that same kind of distance between releases stuck with the vaulted titles as they would release them on home video. But he was of the impression that if people owned Snow White, they wouldn't go see it again in theaters, and so he was resistant to allowing them to put it out on home video.
Which ended up happening.
Which ended up happening in 1993. So I saw it in its last big theatrical release, which was 1993, and then after that, it came out as part of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection on VHS. I've seen it in theaters actually multiple times since then, usually through D3 events or things like that. So there's still opportunities every once in a while to catch it on the big screen, which I definitely recommend doing. There's things that you'll see when you see it on the big screen that you don't necessarily get to see on a smaller screen, which is really nice to kind of pick up on some of those details, especially because the animators, put so much their time and effort into making these films as beautiful as possible. But yeah, Snow White was always kind of like the Disney animated classic. That Smith list of Disney animated films ended up on there. And I remember being aware of things like Saludos Amigos and wondering, what those were about. And then eventually they would air Saludos Amigos and Three Caballeros and Melody Time and Make My Music and Ichabod and Mr. Toad on Vault Disney late at night on Disney Channel. But I also had Ichabod and Mr. Toad, Wind in the Willows as separate VHS tapes. Like they separated them all and repackaged them. Mickey and the Beanstalk from Fun and Fancy Free. I remember the first time seeing Fun and Fancy Free and being a little thrown off that it was Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy and all of his puppets as the interstitials of that short, because it's used to Ludwig von Drake as the narrator, which he did on the VHS. Did someone else comment? I think I saw something pop up.
I mean, the sing-alongs was where I learned the concept of looped animation.
Well, and then through the Walt Disney Treasures set, which Leonard Maltin curated, eventually there was a shorts collection that was like miscellaneous, not from a theme like Mickey Mouse or Silly Symphonies or Donald Duck. And in that, there was Toot, Whistle, Plunk, and Boom and Melody. And that's where they harvested all the animation of the owl and all the students. Those came from other shorts. So it was really jarring my first time experiencing those shorts and hearing them sing a completely different song than the sing-along song's intro.
Do you remember Bongo from
I do remember.
Fun and Fancy Free?
Yeah, Bongo I was not familiar with before.
Good
stuff. We know all the hits, in case anyone's wondering. That you're not.
Cause it can both be in your head.
Fun and Fancy Free. Fun and Fancy Free.
I'm going to. Let me see.
Anyways, in search of power.
I think we need power. I don't think you want go, but you can try.
Oh, poor doggies.
You gave up.
They really don't like getting wet, but they really don't have an option today.
Did Did you guys watch Onward on Disney Plus? No, because we watched it like 3 weeks ago.
We got to see Onward in the theater. I actually got to see it twice in the theater. First time to review it, I went to the press junket down in LA. Chris Pratt, Tom Holland, director Dan Scanlon, and producer Corey Ray were part of that panel. So if you're looking for any behind the scenes of Onward content, search for Onward on Laughing Place. We've got that article. Fanboy got to do the Pixar long lead. So
I did. I forgot about that.
yeah, so Fanboy got to go to Pixar in, was it November? October, November?
It was after Disney Plus launched.
It was, so yeah, right around November or December at the film. So he got to see about 30 minutes of it there. And then they did an early screening for the general public on the Leap Day. And since the boys get one bonus day with their dad, they did this kind of, it got scary to go to the theater, but we'd seen it twice already. I'm just excited that more people are able to see it because I thought it was great. A lot of people, when I would talk to them about it, didn't seem to have much interest in seeing it, which really was surprising to me because if nothing else, I would think that just because Pixar has such a good track record and people love their films that you want to go see everything you do, but I guess not everyone felt that way. But I'm just glad that now it's getting the buzz that it deserves, that people are watching it, enjoying it.
With Destiny.
Oh, Playdate with Destiny, yeah. So if you're experiencing Onward Plus or through Apple Movies or whatever, they have not yet included the Simpsons short that came along with it. And a lot of people were like, why are they putting a Simpsons short with it? Well, it's because, Disney owns Simpsons now. But that was a really cute short. It's Maggie. She goes to a park with her mom. This is something that they do every day in the short, and she meets this boy who she falls in love with, and they start envisioning themselves feeling well. So she asks Homer to take Maggie to the park, and instead of taking her to the baby park, Homer takes Maggie to a park for older kids that have a food because he's a little bit selfish. And she's really upset about it. So Maggie kind of takes things into her own hands. She's got that little steering wheel on her seat in the back. So she gets in the front seat and basically takes a hold of the steering wheel to either Disney Plus or somewhere soon. There are actually other Maggie-centric short that came to theaters with one of the Ice Age films, DVD from that film. But that short come to Disney Plus in addition to the original. I don't realize that that's where The Simpsons came from. The very first episode of Simpsons is a Christmas episode, and that was actually intended originally as just a 30-minute holiday special, but after taking a look at it before it aired, Fox decided that they wanted it to become a whole series. So it ended up being episode 1 of the whole Simpsons TV show, but originally was conceived as just a single 30-minute holiday special starring the characters from the Tracy Ullman Simpsons shorts. And Matt created The Simpsons. Before that, he was doing comics, Sunday Funnies. He had this series with these bunnies called originally pop up as Easter eggs in episodes of The Simpsons, which is always fun to catch. I have a collection of those comics in our bookshelf. I've been a big Simpsons fan for a long time, so to me it's fun to have Simpsons as part of the Disney family. I do get that some people don't feel that way or don't appreciate them or their type of humor. But
I've been a big Simpsons fan since about March of last year.
Ah, yes, since the acquisition. Yeah, I have all the Simpsons seasons on DVD that they've released, including the most recent season 19. So now my 1 through 20 is they had released season 20 on its own, well ahead of some of the later seasons. And then for a while, they said they were not going to be doing them anymore. And a lot of fans were upset because they just had this big gaping hole on their shelves between season, I think, 17 and 20. So they did season 18. And then after Disney acquired them, they did season 19 in December. So you can kind of at least complete season 20 if you want. I hate when you get to a piece that's just out of reach. There's a white piece that should go here. No, because it's shaped. It's got to have an innie on one side. Zutro. I've been able to connect that the whole time. Let's see, that's part of Snow's shoe, so it's going to go way down here.
It's like the furthest corner. I don't know if I should put it in place.
For now, let's keep it there until we have like the ability to move things around significantly.
Who knew?
Who knew? The Lucas guy, he knew. That's a dwarf. Always bugs me to get like to a spot where you just can't find more pieces. This should start to intersect with Snow White's yellow right about here. Maybe I can find some of those. Ah, yes. We are going to make the puzzle facing this piece. Face me.
Is this? Where is his hands? Is it on the? I mean, in the film strip.
Oh, gotcha. You mean Grumpy?
No.
We've got Dopey holding his hands out. We've got Grumpy being forced to wash. Is it over here? Is it on a border?
It's here.
I think you're maybe seeing that piece.
Maybe.
Hello, sorry about that. Happened again. Oh dear. That's some of its antlers, I think. There we go. I'm looking for that. Sorry, we've gone a little quiet. We're just focused. So Mickey and Minnie Runaway Railway, you didn't have much to say about it, fanboy, but I really loved it. It's just got a really fun vibe to it. It's kind of a surprise at every turn. I feel like it really lifts your spirits, makes you smile, makes you laugh. And it uses a lot of the same ride technology as Rise of the Resistance, which is harder to get on than Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. But like Rise of the Resistance, it's kind of dark and floating pretty much the whole way through, whereas Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway is just positive, uplifting, joyous, and I can't wait to ride it again someday. I can't wait for a lot of people to get to experience it. Anybody out there listening, are you excited for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway? Are you not really that jazzed about it? Are you taking your first available trip to Florida as soon as you can for it? Curious to know your thoughts. I know one of our friends, Linda, who lives near the parks, got to do it, but she doesn't love this Disney Channel Mickey. She's yet to find a short in that collection that really resonates with her, and so for her that was hard to get over, with just how much it's based on the newer style of Mickey shorts. This can't part somehow because the headband connected. There we go. Oh, here's more of the prince's hand. I'm having a hard time finding right now are bits of the prince's sleeve, and so many of those pieces look like Grumpy, who's got a red to white transition. So I think I might transition this back to the table. See if I can do it in one piece. There we go. And then start working on trying to get some of the dwarves connected. We're back. Sorry about that. I'm gonna take a break on. Actually, maybe I found another piece. It's driving me crazy. I think I'm gonna take a break from her and work on some of the dwarves for a little bit, and then I'll come back to this. That is her hand, but it's way out there. Let's see, who's a dwarf that might be easy to start with? Dopey here. And I said I was going to put down over here, but I think I found a piece. There we go. And just found a piece of the prince. Isn't that funny? As soon as you stop caring about something, you find all this stuff. Here's Dopey Eye, Dopey Hat.
What's your favorite puzzle you ever built?
Favorite puzzle. I mean, that Wizard of Oz one I mentioned earlier, that was a collage on the Yellow Brick Road, is definitely up there for me. I had a lot of them that I loved and I had one of the Peter Pan 1990s release puzzle that I also loved. What about you?
No, I don't like most of the puzzles. We didn't do a lot of Disney puzzles. We just did like wintry scenes. So like I don't really remember them. Except I remember making them.
Yeah, I mean, I was a huge Disney fan, and so when I would want a puzzle, usually it was a Disney one that I was going after. I'm trying to think. I had it wasn't Disney at the time, but I had a Muppets puzzle, and it was not that many pieces, but they were very small, and it was Miss Piggy, and she was like in a very sparkly dress on a like crescent moon, and that one was always a lot of fun to do. I remember really liking that one.
Is this a PG?
Dory, no. It's hard to say. You'll find out probably. I mean, looks like it would be just because it has film strip there. Dory. Our dogs like to bark anytime they hear any noise out front, which now with a lot of people having food delivered, which we'll do at some point for lunch, there's just a lot more activity out front than there typically is. Let's see, that is Sneezy's mouth. I'm working over down here on Dopey right now, just trying to find some pieces of him. Let's see, looks like an eyelash, but I can't be sure. But Dopey's eyelashes don't stick off his face. What's this? Could this be some of the prints? Looks like it is.
Just typing to break Athens. I don't know what that means.
I am also not familiar with what that means.
Oh, Klingon 911 retracted. Oh, Klingon. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Oh, am I allowed to speak?
Yeah, we're doing a live stream, but you don't have to be silent. You live here.
We're getting somewhere.
Like nowhere in particular?
No, like an actual place.
Ooh.
Pretty pie.
The other day was April 2nd, and my choice for a movie was vetoed. And it was Home on the Range, because on April 2, you bust a moo. And that's when I discovered Fanboy has only seen it once and refuses to ever watch it again. I think he should give it another try. I think it's pretty fun. Anybody out there a Home on the Range fan, or does everybody unanimously hate it?
Crickets.
Crickets. That's the answer.
And tumbleweeds. Say, may I thanks and please at the tiny paradise. Darling, I swear. Once you've been there.
Thank you for not swearing.
I would never. Hey, 911. Welcome back. I hope you're having a magical day. We're building a puzzle of Snow White
And the Seven Dwarfs. I'm getting some progress on. There's a bat here.
You must be bashful.
He is bashful. Go, we got the cape on old Principoo. So many of the pieces of the prince that are near, like his white collar, look like they could be grumpy at first glance.
Everything is perfect. Get to sing to wipe this off my face.
Life's a happy song.
When there's someone by your side to sing.
Everything that I need. Do we get in trouble with YouTube if we sing?
Anyone notice how non-Disney restaurants are not yet accepting reservations on My Disney Experience, but Disney restaurants are. That's yellow.
Yeah, I know. Just trying to figure out where it goes.
I got a song for that. Red, yellow, green, red, blue, 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 red, purple, green, yellow, orange, red. Red, red, yellow, green, red, blue, 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 red, purple, green, yellow, orange, red. Red, blend them all in what you get, silly, chartreuse and aqua, mauve and ultramarine, and every color in between. Oh, he's a hugger, looker, looking.
Great job. Wonderful.
You're welcome. Uh-oh.
What happened?
This piece is a little soft.
Mm. Be careful, don't break the puzzle.
You think this is a fit?
No, definitely not. You can see that copyright Disney goes down here by a bunny.
My vision, ultramarine, and every color in between.
Oh, it's a game dang Usai Brun Brun. Oh, Dory didn't like that. Dory! Stop making fun of my singing.
You're up, key.
It was flat. Dory! It's okay.
Dolly Parton wasn't flat. She was on key the whole time.
You're full of color.
Mm-hmm. The world is a carousel of walnuts.
Oh, the wonderful world of walnuts. Everyone remember that? Remember? I am wearing my Disney World 25th anniversary t-shirt.
I'm wearing a poorly planned Star Trek shirt.
Dory. No, Nemo, they're not here for us. They're not for us.
Dorian, stop barking.
Her phone.
Yeah, she's too cool for 7th grade.
Dory.
Can I? Hey, Dory. Stop it. Thank you.
Good choices.
Can I ask you some questions?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is your favorite family brand?
Disney.
What's your favorite superhero comic company?
Oh, Marvel.
What's your favorite space opera?
Star Wars.
What's your favorite broadcast network?
The American Broadcasting Network.
What's your favorite sports channel?
I'm not much into sports, but it would have to be ESPN.
What's your favorite, like, nature, civilization, kind of science-y channel?
National Geographic.
What's your favorite movie that has aliens bursting out of people's chests?
Fox's Alien.
What's your favorite Julie Andrews movie?
Mary Poppins. Eloise at Christmas time. Or Princess Diaries.
Or Sound of Music?
Or Sound of Music now. Or Forever if you're Christina Aguilera.
I didn't know she was so much on top of Disney that she knew that Disney had acquired the Sound of Music. That's really impressive from a Disney legend.
Yeah. That's what she is.
She's a Disney legend.
Yeah. Stop saying that. It hurts.
Who's your favorite Disney legend?
Oh gosh, that's a hard question.
That's a really rude question.
It's a really rude question. Living or dead?
Well. Which Disney legend do you think is the next to go?
I don't want to speculate for a variety of reasons.
If you got any Disney or otherwise questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. We'll take best. Actually, we'll take them all. Who are we kidding? Oh, it's a big puzzle.
Yes. It's 1,000 pieces.
It could just be 10 pieces.
You could have picked a 10-piece puzzle if you wanted to.
Ooh. Let's live stream that next time.
That was cute. I enjoyed it. I've got Happy's face over here.
It's happy face.
Talk about the face you'd like to see. That was a talk from Fox's adaptation of Rodgers and Hammerstein's South Pacific.
Yeah, that was the version we were doing.
Mm-hmm. I felt like the movie song guy. I just you know, the guy who comes on the movie theater when you're listening to the music.
Oh.
And he's like, that was.
Oh, that's a dated reference, isn't it?
I know. Do they still do that anymore?
I don't know, because they just have, commercials.
But if you get there early enough before the commercials play, do you get it?
I don't know. Someone doesn't let me get to the movie theater that early.
What are we gonna do?
Listen to movie tones.
I don't want to.
Hey, Will S. Will. I'm sorry. Will J.S. just joined. Hi,
Hello.
Will J.S.
Welcome
Foolish
to our
mortals.
puzzle build.
This is where we build a puzzle.
This is the part in the puzzle build where we build a puzzle. Dory! No.
If you're a puzzle, what kind of puzzle would you be?
A Disney puzzle. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, good. Good answer. Good answer.
What the kinds of puzzles are there?
There's like, what are those things where you put the fingers in?
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
And,
Morticia Adams had a lot of those, if I remember correctly.
your neighbor.
Dory, you're being excessive today.
She's just mad because no one's paying attention to her.
I go over and give her attention, and then she still barks.
Because you give it to her after she barks. For those of you just joining us, we're building the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs puzzle, which features Snow White, seven dwarfs, the prince, and a bunch of woodland creatures.
4 deer, a turtle, 2 rabbits, a squirrel, 2 chipmunks, a raccoon, 4 bluebirds.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
I've seen a lot of people have been watching Christmas movies just to lift their spirits, and I've been craving some lately.
Which one?
I wanted to watch the Santa Claus Tim Allen movies. I'm looking for pieces of grumpy.
You must be grumpy.
Must be. Here's more deer.
If you come across some more edge pieces,
Will do.
ho ho, the tune is dumb, the words don't mean a thing. Isn't this a silly song for anyone to sing? Oh,
What's that?
That's the part she sings.
Oh, sounded just like it.
You can call me Adriana Castellati too. Who wrote the music for Snow White?
Like 5 people.
Oh.
Back in those days, it wasn't, just the Sherman Brothers were writing the songs. It was all the studio staff writers. So if you look at the credits on Snow White, there's quite a lot of people, and they aren't all written by the exact same group. And they kind of followed that practice into, I want to say, Cinderella is about when they stopped and started having specific people. No, they definitely still had that on Peter Pan. I think Lady and the Tramp is the first one where they were like, Peggy Lee, you write all the songs with your songwriting partner. No one else will write a song.
He's a tramp,
Doom, ba-doom,
but I love him.
ba-doom.
Breaks a new heart every day.
The newest episode of Disney's Four Scores podcast, which is all about scoring Disney films was an interview with the composer from the Disney Plus live action Lady and the Tramp. That one was actually really interesting just to hear him talk about his approach to adapt.
Where does it go black? Like on the border? Which side? Which part?
What do you mean?
Like, see how this goes like into stars into the black?
I'm going to examine it closer, but it looks like it's almost like sponge painted.
Okay. Good. You have a favorite thing Disney Plus right now? Like new thing.
New
Disney Plus
thing.
original.
I am loving Be Our Chef a lot more than I expected to. Um, I love Angela Kinsey from The Office, and I think she's a great choice for a host. She didn't make a lot of sense to me at first, just because she hasn't really a lot of Disney things, but I just really like her style, the way that she interacts with all of the contestants. I think she's a lot of fun. What about you?
Of the stuff that's like currently airing,
That's what I thought you meant.
yeah. Oh. Um. I don't know. There's not a lot right now.
I mean, there's really not a lot. Disney Fairy Tale Weddings just wrapped up. I haven't watched the latest episode, but I do enjoy that show as well. Especially, it gives you a peek into the part, and so I always enjoy seeing like where is the wedding going to take place. Um, I like it because it's a wedding show without the drama. So many of the other wedding shows out there really are all about capturing some level of drama, whether it's between a mother or an in-law or one of the bridesmaids or something, and that's not what I really want to tune into. So the Disney wedding show, it's like, people's dream weddings becoming a reality.
I like Shop Class, I think.
Shop Class is fine. My thing with Shop Class is it doesn't feel they're not on it enough. Like there's not enough of them on there to really make it feel Disney to me. Not that everything needs to. Like Encore didn't really have that, but I really enjoyed Encore.
I totally forgot about Encore.
You didn't like Encore.
I did not like Encore, but I forgot it existed.
Oh, I'm a fan of Encore. I would like to see Encore return. They haven't yet announced anything with it, but I'm hoping that comes back. In terms of all of the things that have been on Disney Plus since it launched that are exclusive, do you have a favorite show or film?
I mean, I'm going to go nonfiction and then fiction because I think it's not really fair to hold everything to the standard of the Imagineering story,
Mm-hmm.
which I just thought was excellent.
Yes.
But I mean, I think first, like, in terms of, like, most anticipated, or I should say most anticipated, but, like, the thing that I was excited to watch every week, I mean, Mandalorian.
And did it live up to your expectations?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was excellent.
Yeah, Mandalorian is wonderful, and obviously Baby Yoda broke the internet. Just like Ralph. I've been in the mood for Ralph breaks the internet. I keep getting Slaughter Race stuck in my head.
Because you're stuck.
Maybe. Could be. Subliminally. I hadn't thought of that. Thought this was a human finger, but now I'm thinking it's a bunny ear. Yeah, it definitely is. It goes with this turtle. Let's see, and that's a deer leg.
I think you're deplorable.
Well, I think you're adorable.
And just for your face.
Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum.
Ian,
Hello.
thanks for joining us.
Oh.
Do you like building puzzles? Gideon's avatar is Donald Duck. Do you like Donald Duck?
It's his favorite character, if I'm not mistaken.
The new episode? It's very good.
Don't spoil it for
I'm just sharing my opinion that it's good. He doesn't watch DuckTales.
Oh, I thought he was watching the original, I remember.
Oh. Original's good too. I've had a very like 80s, 90s phase. I watched DuckTales. I watched Golden Girls, and I watched WrestleMania. So, you know.
Well, we watched Ready Player One we hadn't seen before, and that was
Oh.
very 80s
Yeah,
inspired.
that's a good point too.
That was good. I liked it. It was fun.
It was okay.
I would watch it again.
You watch things over and over again. I don't know why.
I do. You're more of a one and done kind of guy.
Yep, seen it. Sorry. Gideon, you got any good jokes? He's thinking of a joke.
Nice.
It's really hard to talk to the YouTube community while you're building a puzzle. I've learned.
Well, because you need your eyes for. I know a Snow
What's that?
What did say? Wait for photo to be developed.
What? He says like he doesn't know the answer.
Someday my prince will come.
Hi, millennial. You get that joke?
I think you're thinking millennials are younger than they actually are.
Oh. I think you think we developed film later than we did.
I was still using those like disposable clicky cameras into my teen years.
Because you're old.
I'll never forgive you.
That guy's pretty truth to power. Never forget who you
Got up just now.
We're skilled.
In sync. Not to be
Bye. Oh, guess what's about to happen?
in a month.
Yep. We'll still be here.
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure.
I was thinking like a haunted mansion version of maybe.
There you will not got to move. Someday my prince will come. Someday.
The box?
So this is the top.
Yeah, the top.
Yeah, the Colosseum.
Yeah, the Colosseum.
This goes here. This is the bottom. And this is here. And then where's the queen doing her new Tomorrowland thing? Okay. There we go.
Yep.
Okay. What's all this? What's all this?
What's all this? What's all this?
Okay. Over the rooftop in time. Over the rooftop, step in time. Never need a reason. Never need a reason. Over the rooftop, step in time. Version. Step. Top.
That's a deep cut.
My life is a full series of Disney deep cuts.
My like a hurricane.
Here in
Danville.
I have a question. Maybe we can ask the people out there. What do you prefer? Race cars, lasers, or aeroplanes?
Ooh, good question. Hard one to answer.
What was the last Disney thing you did before the...
Hey,
That says magic.
does
Like
that count?
I guess it does.
Technically, but like before that, we were on our road trip to Hilton Head and got to experience Disney's. This is my favorite part of Disney's Hilton Head. She was magic. Pure Disney magic.
You think she got furloughed?
I do. Poor dear.
Poor
She's gonna have
He
to.
says like he's 47.
She's gonna have to. I am an old soul. She's gonna have to wait a little bit to buy her greenies, which I assume she enjoys.
What was Jasmine's reaction to her new song? I don't know. What?
She was speechless.
Okay, Gideon, don't leave us hanging. We need the answer. Wow. Don't expect your Disney from a live action adaptations. That's clever. And attraction that you wish you got a chance to see.
Like that I never got to do?
Yeah.
That was closed before I...
Yes.
Um,
Or you just never did.
or just never did. Well, my first trip to Disney wasn't until 2003. So there's a lot. I would say the people mover because still, staring you in the face every time you go to Tomorrowland and reminding you that you can't do it. But honestly, if I had a time machine, I would travel back to Disneyland days and get in one of the Autopia cars and take a trip around the park under construction. I think that would be fun. What about you?
The Wizard of Bros.
Oh, I mean, Adventure Through Inner Space would be my next choice.
Where did they reference? Oh, they reference that in a Mickey Mouse short. Like because they have a shrink ray, like, oh, you could go into a snowflake.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, again, the Mickey Mouse shorts, I feel like if you start with the first one and you're a classic Mickey fan, you might have a hard time getting into it. But if you go to some of the ones that are really more deep dives for true Disney fans, there's a lot of fan service in those shorts. I love it. My personal favorite fan service one is the Nature's Wonderland.
That's a good one. Gideon would do great movie. You got a chance to do great movie, right, Gideon?
Lots of times, so I hear.
Unless you're a different Gideon Mosley than my favorite person under the age of 36.
I am under 36, by the way.
I know.
Okay. Slam. Blam! Blam! Disney Channel's Blam!
Do you prefer the gangster or the cowboy? A Great Movie Ride.
I preferred the show with the fire, which is the cowboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cowboy. Absolutely. What about you?
I prefer the cowboy too. I only did it like 3 times. But
I mean, back in the day, you would do it more often than not.
why?
Because
At worst case, you would do even, right?
I feel like we almost always got the cowboy show when I was younger. It was rare that we got the other one. The gangsta.
Caesar and George.
As we get closer to noon, do we want to think about ordering something for lunch, fanboy? What are your thoughts? Okay, very specific things.
What's easy to do with that?
Well, everything's.
I mean, just because we don't have a table.
Well, we can set up snack trays.
Yeah.
So anything.
Do you have a preference?
I don't. It's not Disney, but one thing I've been craving to watch is the Chipmunk Adventure.
You are correct. That is not Disney.
But Fox owns the live-action Chipmunk movies. The trilogy. Including a squeakquel and a road chip.
Does anyone out there have a favorite Chipmunk movie?
Only counting the Fox ones. I haven't seen them all. I think I've only seen the first one, actually.
Really? I've seen all of them.
I know you have.
Hey, they're so funny. I wonder why they didn't get an Oscar.
The world may never know. It's one of the biggest Oscar disses of all time.
I want to have jump.
What was that?
Jump. My bad jump.
Oh, Van Halen.
Not a Disney movie.
That's a band.
What do you think of Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway? I loved it. It was great. What did you think, Gideon? You were there. You've heard in it.
Has Gideon written it?
Haven't you? Didn't you? Oh no, you're there.
I was gonna say, what are you remembering?
It's fantastic. I don't want to spoil it, but it's not what it seems.
Have you watched ride video of it, Gideon? I'm gonna guess you have.
What do you want? Alex,
What'd you say?
what do you want?
I don't care. What's available? You like to do whatever's got free delivery.
Woohoo, free delivery.
Don't worry, don't start that again.
Place called Uncle Willie's.
What do they got? That sounds fun. Is it Willie the Giant?
Wings, soup, salads. Not a lot.
I don't want wings.
Yeah, I know. That'd be hard. Oh, there's deals. Here we go. Chipotle. Jersey Mike's. Blackbird Diner. Burger King. Carl's Jr. Happy Burger.
You sounded really intrigued by Habit Burger just now.
Or do I want Nations?
I've never had Nations or Habit Burger. At least I don't think I have.
There's nothing for Josh here.
Oh, then we shouldn't order there. Those rascally COVIDs.
We're officially missing a corner piece.
It's gotta be here somewhere. Is it supposed to be stars or?
It looks like it'll just be blue. If it's the right corner piece, I'm thinking. Have you seen Snow White get in? Or anyone else out there?
Gideon definitely has because we introduced it
Oh,
to him
yeah.
here. We had that movie
Oh,
party.
yeah, that we failed to continue. We got 50 more to go.
I know. That's what, well, I think he was a little young for it at the time. He was having a hard time sitting through it. Not young for Snow White, but young for like a movie party like that. We could definitely reinstate that when social distancing is no longer required.
In 2037.
Oh, no. I want to see people now.
Okay, you want like a burger and fries?
Sure. Having a real healthy puzzle building lunch today, guys.
Fries? Or onion rings?
Oh, onion rings. Yeah. Yeah. That's my tailspin. Woohoo! Ooh, pulling out some Kill Bill.
I thought that was from like that commercial.
It is from that commercial, but I first heard it in Kill Bill.
Oh.
I think that's where it originated. Well, I mean, obviously the person who wrote the song, but then Kill Bill's where I first heard it. Those aren't still with Disney, are they? Those left with Miramax, right?
I think so. But you can go to the Kill Bill restaurant on your...
Next trip to Japan.
Where'd you put the box?
Oh, today's story time is Paige O'Hara.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be fun. We've got to meet her a couple times. She's really sweet. You would think more of the prince's hair would be easier to find, but it's not. If anyone watching, by the way, notices like a piece that we're missing that fits into a blank space, feel free to comment and let us know where it is on the table. You might be at a vantage point to see things a little easier than we can at times, since you get more of a omnipresent view of the table. Same with Snow White's bow. Like that should be a black piece with a little bit of red.
The whole... Oh, what does the whole puzzle look like? It looks like this. We had it all set up, but then we realized we had to look at it to figure out what we're doing.
It is necessary, especially with the film strip border. It's hard to know exactly where you're placing those unless you have that to look at. Snow White, I think, and the Prince were the easiest just because they've got a couple colors in them that aren't repeated much elsewhere. But I'm actually finding dwarf faces hard. Like I've been trying to fit this. Oh, it's not visible. This Duck and Dopey hugging each other. I've been trying to get the piece there and have not been having much luck. But they will go right around here because they're on par with Grumpy. Let me see if I can move some of these so we can show everybody what we've done so far. There we go. So it's coming along. Slowly but surely. Ooh, that fit. That was a surprise.
In a mine.
In a mine.
Diamonds shine.
What are you humming?
The hand washing song.
Which hand washing song is this? Oh!
Has anyone done that? Is like the
20-second
yeah.
hand washing song.
Dun, 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 dun,
I've always thought of that as more of a bath time song because they dunk Grumpy completely in. They just submerge that poor dwarf. Grumpy's wearing a hat, right? Yeah, it's brown. Mostly not visible, but there's a brim. Let's see, I think this might be part of him. Yes. Looks like a dopey sleeve.
I'd like to thank you for sticking with us instead of watching the Queen right now.
The Queen of England.
Yeah, she's giving a speech.
Ooh. You could also, if you want, go back, watch that, come back here when you're done.
We'll still be here.
We'll
I
still
can't
be
imagine
here.
she's speaking that well.
It really bothers me that that piece doesn't go there because it has what looks like a bit of glasses, and Doc is the only one who wears them.
Really? Usually you're so easygoing. Do you have a favorite part of Snow White? I'm going through all the different scenes here.
Oh gosh. I mean, it's probably one of everyone's favorites, but the part when the dwarves are going off to work and she's kissing all of them on the forehead and Dopey keeps running back around. I think that's my favorite. What about you?
I think the transformation scene's really cool.
The witch becoming the
hag.
queen becoming the hag.
Yeah.
That is cool. It's impressive that it's the same voice actress.
Yeah, just take your teeth out. For those of you wondering again. You have the power to control his mind.
Fantasmic's your favorite show in the parks, isn't it?
It is. There's a reason.
What's the reason?
It's the best.
Oh, that was going to be more involved.
No. I'm a simpleton.
I know. Maybe put it back somewhere where we can both see it.
This is the prince doing a thing. Yay. No, that I found. So, I'm really curious to know if anyone has done any like special Disney things while to pass the time while we're all locked up here. Have you?
Me personally?
Yes.
Any special Disney things? Not that I can
I
think
mean,
of.
all Disney things are special, but you know.
Yeah, I can't think of anything in particular. I haven't done any like ride recreations or anything like that. If that's what you're looking for.
Those people are very impressive because
They are.
they do that. Well, you know, we're all kind of miserable. It's one thing to do that like over like 3 weeks. But,
Yeah.
You know.
I saw one last night that was really cool where somebody made the Skyliner,
Oh, that's cool.
like in their living room, basically like printing out paper and then taping or gluing them into box shapes. It was sweet.
Oh, see, they put a puzzle piece on top of it, so you
Can't see that
can't
one.
see that where this goes.
Oh,
I
funny.
was like, I don't see the huntsman, and then I see his jacket, and I'm like, oh,
Very sneaky, Ravensburger.
can't fool me. I mean, you can, but it's not that hard.
I was gonna say it sounds like they can, and they did.
Gotta have a disguise. You know what that's from?
Yes, that is from Captain EO. Is it also in Captain ER?
I don't know.
Have you ever seen Captain ER?
I have seen Captain ER. I saw Captain ER before it was fit for human consumption.
What?
It was like a cast of it video. Like it wasn't meant for people.
Yeah, that I knew.
So I went to a cast event and they showed it.
Oh. You made it sound like it was like there was another version of it up there.
Oh no, just before the YouTubes when everything became
When some things were private.
yeah. Have you listened to the latest Who's the Boss yet? Our Star Wars podcast?
I haven't.
Me neither. But it sounds really cool. Mike interviewed someone from Lego.
I do enjoy his podcast. I just haven't had a chance because I was editing ours to listen to his.
Oh yeah, ours went up too. What
Yeah.
did we talk about?
We talked about everything. We talked about Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, Magic Happens, shareholder meeting, Hilton Head, and our problems getting home as the world stopped operating right around the time that we were traveling. Our trials and tribulations to return home.
Did anyone out there watch the Boneyard match last night on WrestleMania? I'm not a wrestling fan, but because it's the only thing going. You want to do something that makes you feel like you're part of a community. The whole Laughing Place team watched it last night. It was interesting. It's a word. Oh, Gideon's dad did. Gideon, what did your father think of it? Did he tell you if he liked it or not? I must say, one thing about this puzzle is Grumpy does not look particularly grumpy.
No, he's very, very happy because this is the ending. This is the celebration. Her prince has come. He woke her up. She's alive. And they'll never see her again.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm sure they saw her again.
I think I got a piece for you.
Ooh, good job. There's actually, I don't know if it's on Disney Plus in the extras content, but there is a storyboard for a planned follow-up. I think it was going to be a short called Snow White Returns, and it was basically in the storyboards the dwarfs excitedly getting ready for Snow White to come back for a visit. It never happened, but they were planning it. And actually, the Seven Dwarfs were part of a few of the War Era shorts. They're not on Disney Plus. I don't think they ever will be, but you can find them on the Walt Disney Treasures on the Frontlines DVD, for any of you that have that. If you don't have it, I think it's one of those that you can still get relatively cheaply. A lot of them are quite expensive after the fact, but a few of them aren't. And I want to say that's one that doesn't have that high of a demand. So if you're a huge Snow White fan, you could watch some of those there. we could, if we wanted to, move some things over. Slide this up.
That special moment when the border meets the I guess the body of the masterwork.
There we go. It's getting real. You did not chicken wing.
Okay.
hard to find Doc's arm. It's supposed to extend through here. Let's see, he's got an orange belt. That's part of it. Part of it too. Dory.
Dory.
Good girl. Did you get a pie?
Mm-hmm.
What kind?
Banana cream.
Ooh, can you let them in?
Mm-hmm. Josh got the omelet.
What did you say?
Josh got an omelet.
Okay.
Okay, where do you think this piece goes?
I don't have my phone. Can you check?
Oh.
Are the two burgers the same?
Yep.
No, Dory. Get out of there.
Down, princess.
You text me?
Yep, I put it on a plate there for you. Yep.
Dory, down. No.
What do you guys get? What?
Burger.
I should probably eat my onion rings before they get
Pictures.
There's so one bag is 2 onion rings, the
Oh.
other bag is 2 burgers.
Okay. Right, then you probably get those. One more.
Oh, gracias. You want a drink?
I'm okay for now.
You be good. Missy? No. I call her Missy when she's being up to no good,
Which is not okay.
which is most of the time.
Down. Oh, no. Don't eat that.
Good luck.
It's a puzzle.
Oh. That would have been funny. We'd complete this in 8 hours when it comes out on the other side.
Dory.
That's a puzzle piece, girl.
Never hard.
Woohoo!
Dory, down.
Hey, Dory. Dory, no.
Excuse me. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, we have made significant progress.
We're kind of half eating, half building right now. These are big burgers. Big baby. Dory, I'm watching you.
I always feel like.
Missy. So bad.
What?
Ooh, good job.
There we go. Feel the glow.
In the universe of synergy. In the universe of synergy. Can you see the box? Oh, there's some of the princess here. Thank you. Now, do you remember off the top of your head, Fanboy, the release slate changes that Disney's announced?
Off the top of my head, no. I can get them.
I don't want to take your hands away, but it would be something interesting to talk about. I know for sure Mulan's been moved to July. And then was it Black Widow moved to November?
Mm-hmm. Basically, all the Marvel movies got pushed back one. So Black Widow comes out when Eternals was supposed to come out. And so on and so forth. Dory. Off. No, off. Any people out there got Disney topics that they want to talk about?
I've heard mentioned Old Reliable before.
No, Uncle Trusty.
I don't reckon I've mentioned Old Reliable. This is going to go somewhere over here, and the bird's wing will connect to a film strip piece. Oh, do you already have it? Look at that. Teamwork.
Makes the dream work. What is the future of Downland USA? That's an excellent question. I also don't know if that answer has changed in the last couple weeks. I'm guessing they're probably not going to do much of anything for a little while until they get everything all straightened out. But I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think that they'll keep the dinosaur theme just because I think that's a neat part of Animal Kingdom's story. But I don't think Dinorama is long for this world. But you never know. What do you think? Your guess is as good as mine.
I'd like to see Dinosaur get a refresh, updated effects and things like that.
Yeah, I just hope they keep it like like they did with Haunted Mansion, like update the effects, but keep
The tone.
story and
Yeah.
everything the same.
Agreed. Because that's actually my favorite Animal Kingdom ride. Attraction, whatever you want to call it. This should be up above. Oh, I see. You're just keeping some space in the border because we could move things down here if you want to.
disconnect here. Ah.
Tori, what is wrong with you?
I could eat many things. I think Dinorama will stay until they fix the Yeti. That's a good point. Although, do we know if they're actually going to ever fix the Yeti? I have not been keeping up on my Yeti drama.
But Joe Rody said.
That's all right. That's what Joe Rudy said. Looking for the creepy critters. What is a scullery maid?
I do not actually know. Other than I know she cleans.
Congeal. Don't feel. Ta-da. Alyssa Stenberg says she likes puzzles of Snow White. Then you can get this one from our friends at Ravensburger. Not sponsored, but they gave us the puzzle. Let's see here. Where's the sparkly diamonds? Can spark like a diamond.
You're beautiful. Like diamonds in the sky.
Once you get going, you reach a point where it's like, oh, we're getting somewhere. I like how the film strips in chronological order. It helps. There's a lot more red in the puzzle than you would initially think. Oops. Oh, here's where she takes a bite. Here she is as a scullery maid. A scuttly maid. Ah. What Disney movie are you most looking forward to this year?
Probably Raya. Raya and the Last Dragon. What about you?
That's a good question. I haven't seen anything for Rhea, so I'd probably say Soul.
Ah, careful.
Ghost.
Dwarf hands are hard.
Let's see here. What are you? CB is back.
Welcome back.
Says we've been making a lot of progress. Well, thank you, CB. We have. It sometimes doesn't feel like that, but getting there slowly but surely. Well, we know how long it is now.
Ooh. Sorry, didn't mean to bump it. Bump it.
Can you guess what Disney ride this is? It's a face of a cowboy hat, or like a. Then it's a tiger, ape, car, elephant, zebra, giraffe, hippopotamus, and fish.
My best guess would be Kilimanjaro Safari.
I think it's Jungle Cruise. We'll see who's right, I'm sure, in a minute. Because I think the Jeep is a giveaway. Because they got the Jeep to,
Turn over.
turn over.
Ba-dum-bum-tsh.
It's a Jungle Cruise. I was right.
Congratulations.
It's my least favorite attraction.
A lot of people would fight you on that. I know that's a dream job for a lot of cast members to work Jungle Cruise. Be a skipper.
Skipper. I don't even. What's your least favorite attraction of like the majors?
The majors. Would you count Mission Space as a major?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Mission.
Definition.
Mission Space. Nothing too personal against it. It's just not one I care to do over and over.
You just did it.
We did do it because you forgot that we had done the Journey to the Moon side.
I just really wanted my parks achievement.
Yes, Fanboy does the, what do they call it? Play experience.
Play Disney.
Play Disney.
piece had been driving me crazy. Gideon has two, I'm guessing, two former skippers in my family tree.
Ooh.
I have 0 family skippers in my family tree. I did work Jungle Cruise for one day though, but I didn't go on the boat.
You were load and unload?
I was, I think, return.
Oh, wow.
Back when you could do perm greeters.
Mm-hmm.
During one of those peak periods.
Did you turn people away because their fast pass wasn't valid yet?
Yes.
You're one of those people.
Yes, I'm one of those people that follows the rules because I like to call myself, what's the word? A good person. How many skippers do you have in your family tree?
None. That I know of. My dad's working on our family tree, so who knows what it'll reveal. I didn't mean that
Not like some secret.
any other way.
Some secret skipper you don't know about.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, those skippers. They literally get around and around and around and around and around.
Every 15 minutes. Now that I found you. What's your favorite live action remake?
That's easy for me. It is The Jungle Book. The Jon Favreau one. I like it because it doesn't play it too safe. It borrows a lot from Kipling that didn't make it into the Disney film. I feel like it pays homage enough to the Disney film while still being its own thing and not just a shot-for-shot remake. Second to that, I might need to see it a few more times, which is hard to do right now. But I really liked Mulan. I'm not sure how much we're allowed to talk about it. What about you, fanboy?
I like Mulan too. I don't know where I would place it because it's just like it was such a weird circumstance to see it.
Where would you rank Mulan 1?
Wacka. It's good. It's different. A little predictable.
Well, I mean, it ought to end in a nice way. Being Disney and all.
I didn't mean like that. I just meant like, well, the villain track is somewhat obvious.
I liked what they did with the big bad in this one.
Were they called Big Bad before the Wolf, or is that like where it came from?
I do not know. That's a great question.
Thank you.
If anybody watching knows the origin of the phrase big bad, let us know.
I'll be safe and you'll be sorry when the wolf comes through your door. Okay, we got 2 corners in place.
Very nice. I think this connects now. Yes.
CB's leaving in 6 minutes, which is 1 minute. So guess the movie. Oh, never mind. Guess the movie. A fox and a dog.
Fox and the Hound.
Yeah, you got it.
Woohoo! I love that one.
Oh, that's a fun game.
Mm-hmm. When you're the best of friends, having so much fun together. The one you see in your boundaries, you're the best of friends. You're the best of friends. One of the new shorts that was just added to Disney Plus, it's a holiday short, but it's called The Small One. It's about a shepherd boy whose dad has tasked him with selling their kind of runt of the litter donkey, and it's 30 minutes. He doesn't want him to go, to a bad home, and he ends up going to the manger where Mary and Joseph reside. But it was Don Bluth's sort of testing ground, his first short that they gave him to direct, and then he ended up going on to do Fox and the Hound, Black Cauldron. I think around Black Cauldron is when he flew the coup. But he also did the animation in Pete's Dragon. And then, of course, after that, he went on to do An American Tail and Land Before Time with Steven Spielberg. And then he was a big influence at Fox Animation. So a lot of his work for Fox is now part of the Disney library, including Fern Gully, Thumbelina, and Anastasia. Thumbelina is on Disney Plus. Oh, I hear the sirens. It's always scary these days.
If you got any more emoji movie games or attraction games, feel free to put that in the chat.
That was so French of you.
Mais oui.
Beaucoup.
Sacre bleu. Oh.
Invaders!
Love is a song that...
There they go again.
Oh, can you unscramble this Disney attraction? NSNDEHUNMAATION. I got it.
I think I need to see it. Where is it?
This one.
I
The
don't
space is, I believe it is Haunted Mansion. I don't know if someone out there can put a link to our Hangman in the chat, but There's more fun Disney games over there too.
This puzzle has no windows, no doors.
Ooh, spooky.
Go. I do believe in spooks.
I'm afraid of no spooks.
Your Ghostbusters theme sounded a lot like the Love Bug theme.
What ride is this? A car, an eye, a scorpion, a snake, a rat, an arrow, a big rock, and a guy in a cowboy hat.
Before you even got to the cowboy hat, I was thinking Indiana Jones.
I think it's Indiana Jones
Temple
and the
of
Temple of the Crystal Skull.
Forbidden Eye.
Oh, maybe that one. No, what's the one from?
Tokyo had Crystal Skull, but it was pretty much the same ride.
Yeah, just about the, like, choose your destiny part. CB, it is the Indiana Jones and the Temple of the Forbidden Eye, or the Indiana Jones Adventure for short.
How short do you have to be to ride?
48 inches or 44.
Sounds like you're a bad Disney fan.
No, they changed it.
Oh, okay.
Can you scramble this? RNMRTTHEAO.
Matterhorn?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Do you know how tall the Matterhorn is?
100 and... Is not 100?
Well, 100 and...
Right. 90.
Nope.
70.
Nope.
50.
Nope.
20.
Nope.
North or south?
Higher?
Higher. It's not higher than 200 feet.
No, it's a higher than 120.
Is it higher than 150?
No.
130?
Higher.
135.
Higher.
140.
Higher.
145.
Higher.
149.
Lower.
148.
Lower.
147.
It's 147 feet tall.
Yeah. Good times. I like Disney World, where you know the highest peak in the park is no taller than 198 feet.
You still know that at Disneyland, it happens to be shorter.
I know, but the castle is so small.
I have a question for you. What do you call the area with, like, gardens and a statue that's in front of the castle?
Snow White Gardens?
No.
Snow White Grotto?
No. Like the circular area?
Oh, the hub.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry. I thought you were trying to pay homage to the little Snow White waterfall area at Disneyland.
I would have also accepted the compass.
It's a hub. That's what Walt said. That's what we're going with.
Who's your favorite Disney dog?
Oh, that's hard to choose. I'm gonna say Max from The Little Mermaid, as opposed to Max Goofy's son.
Okay. Who makes a very special cameo in this week's episode of DuckTales?
Who's your favorite Disney dog?
Nemo.
Well, that's our dog.
Yeah.
So a dog that's in a Disney film or show.
That's a toughie. Where's my socks? What am I gonna look at? I think I'm gonna have to go with Pluto. I know it's the safe choice, but I like the more dog-like my dogs are, the better the more I enjoy it.
Sounds like a good answer.
Guess the Disney movie. OMSNRTSENIC.
Monsters Inc.
Got it, I think. What's this one? RKAMWTNIA. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3, Mach Twain.
Good job.
Thank you. I practiced that since I was 6.
Ooh. It shows.
Welcome home.
You've arrived. I'm gonna sing that to you next time you leave and go away on a trip and then come back.
What are chances of you remembering that?
None. It won't happen.
Guess the Disney movie. EDNESCNAST. I don't know. That's a toughie. Descendants.
Oh.
That's a good one. That's a tough one to guess. It's got a lot of letters.
Kenny Ortega would be so proud.
He directed your favorite Halloween movie.
He did direct my favorite Halloween movie. He also directed my favorite Newsboy movie. He's done a lot of my favorites.
What's your favorite Newsboy movie? Tell us in the chat.
Does anyone have a non-Kenny Ortega Newsboy movie that they're obsessed with?
Naturellement, the earliest of cats.
Did you know, this is a fun little Aristocats fact, that they are never found in the alleyways or sitting around the garbage cans where common kitties play?
Oh no.
No. It's true. It's a true statement.
So one time, me and the rest of the LP team at the time were sitting around playing Disney Trivia Pursuit, and we, instead of playing like regular rules because it was Disney Trivia, we played like you had to get them all right on the card, and we all realized that we had a big hole in knowledge of the Aristocats.
Have you seen it yet?
I've seen it.
You've now seen it?
I've seen it.
How do you feel about it?
It's not good. But CB wants to know if we watch Zombies too.
I have seen bits and pieces. You
I
watched
saw
all
the
of
whole
it.
thing.
I was busy working while you were watching it, so I kind of got little bits of it.
I liked it.
I
don't-
really liked some of the songs. I reviewed the soundtrack, and the first song is my favorite on there.
We got all the ways to be.
Not that one. That's the wrong franchise. Oh, you're not using the big box. I've been using like this little picture on the back of another box.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on the border here.
Gotcha. Oh, I think these birds connect to happy down here. They do.
Woohoo! Did you guys watch Stargirl? Actually, Alex has a lot to say about Stargirl.
I have seen Stargirl. I actually got to visit the set. The day that I was there was their first of 3 days shooting the dance scene at the end. And so we got to see them filming the entrances for pretty much all of the characters at the dance as they walk in. Got to take a tour of the set. It was filmed on a golf course outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico for that scene. And the whole film was shot in and around Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Question. Did you make any wrong turns while you were there?
I made that joke and did not. I wasn't really navigating myself, but the drivers all seemed to know where they were going. But that was really cool. It was my first set visit that I've ever done, and I had a really good time. And everyone was really nice. We got to meet and talk with Grace Vanderwall, Graham Vercher, pretty much all the cast, plus the producers, choreographer Mandy Moore, who also choreographs Dancing with the Stars on ABC. And I read the book before going to the set visit, so I was already pretty familiar with the story by that point. And I really liked the adaptation of it on film, and in particular, I really liked the music. And if you have any other questions about my set visit, let me know.
She asked if CB asked if you saw Grace Vanderwall.
Yeah, we got to spend about 5 minutes, me and a couple other people from the media who were there for the set visit, about 5 minutes with Grace while she was already done up in her dress from that last scene with all the flowers in her hair. And that was really cool. She was really nice. She hadn't really seen much of the film yet, and they gave us kind of a live feed of everything that was happening in one of the cameras that they were shooting with. And so when she walked in, she was really excited because it was the first like anything of the film that she had seen, and she was like really jazzed about it since it's her first movie.
CB loves Grace.
She is great. She was really nice, and I got to interview her again after the film was complete, and once again she was just really nice, very down to earth, and seems like she has a really good head on her shoulders. And she's very talented, obviously.
You think this is right, or you think this is wrong?
I think that's wrong. So one of our other writers, Mike, got to visit the set of Timmy Failure.
Mistakes were made.
Mistakes Were Made. That's a fun movie too.
Bobby Iger just tweeted.
Ooh, what does Bobby have to say?
Meghan Markle makes her Disney debut in a powerful documentary called Elephant.
We know.
You know, but want to make sure.
Thank you, Bobby. He's not getting paid.
Which is your most and least favorite dwarf?
My personal favorite is Sneezy. I am Claritin Clear, but when I'm not, I am just like him. I have a lot of airborne allergies and don't like that. But I love Sneezy. He's my favorite. I'm also a big fan of Sleepy. I've never thought about having a least favorite. Gosh, I'm probably gonna go with Doc for no real reason other than he has like the least charming personality of the bunch to me, although I do like his stutter. What about you, Fanboy?
For favorite, I think I'm going to go with Warwick Davis. And least favorite, Billy Barty. He knows what he's done.
Okay. I think you're thinking of the wrong dwarfs. Let's stick to the 7 that are on the puzzle.
First, we got to answer this question. What are our thoughts on Gabby Duran and the Unsittables?
Ooh. Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go?
I want you to go.
I like how she does her thing.
And now we're playing.
I think that's a cute show. I haven't read any of the books, but I got to go to their little mini premiere, which was at Disneyland. They had it in the Abe Lincoln Theater, which was a fun place to meet him. And I wore a T-shirt with the aliens from Toy Story, and they all really appreciated my level of effort to theme to their show. And I think it's cute. I think it's a lot of fun. I haven't seen that much of it, though. I've seen maybe 3 episodes. But I think it's fun. What about you, Fanboy?
I like it. I've seen probably about 5. I think I'm still behind, but which is sad because we've done nothing but lay here at the house. But you know, during work time, I can't like watch TV because
You're taking calls.
I'm working.
Baby. Yeah, I think it's cute. I think I would have been really into it when I was of like Disney Channel's target age. The shows that were on Disney Channel when I was in my middle school years were So Weird, Lizzie McGuire, Even Stevens. That's So Raven came on probably just as I was about to enter high school. And then obviously all the DComs of that era were a really big deal too. There was another show on that I never really cared for called The Jersey. I'm guessing at some point that'll end up on Disney Plus, but that one didn't really connect with me. And it was the one where if that came on Disney Channel, I would check out what was on Nickelodeon.
CB's gonna be back in 30.
Cool.
Hopefully, we'll still be here.
We will still be working on this.
What's your favorite Disney Channel show right now?
Currently on the air?
Mm-hmm.
Can you remind me what's on the air right now?
I think you should know.
I don't watch a lot of Disney Channel live. Can it be animated?
Yeah, of course.
I'm probably gonna say the Mickey Mouse shorts. Is that applicable?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my answer. What about you? Do you have a favorite?
I'm probably gonna go with DuckTales. Gideon likes TLSOZAC. I don't know what that is. The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
Oh,
Jeez Louise.
this is a sweet life.
Mr. Mosby.
That started when I was in high school.
I watched that live. Like when you were watching Disney Channel, I was in college, so I couldn't like watch it. But then after I graduated, I could watch it.
Well, here's a good trick for So Weird for fans of that show or people getting into it. Watch it in its filmed order. If you go on Wikipedia, you can find out the production numbers. Watch it in the order they filmed it rather than the order they aired it, because So Weird had continuity, but Disney Channel aired it out of order. And I'm pretty sure on Disney Plus, the ranking is by air date, and the appropriate way to watch it is actually by what was filmed first, because they tell a really good overarching narrative, and I think it was the first time Disney Channel did that. They didn't really do it again for a while until Andy Mack, as far as I'm aware. There were things before that, like Avonlea, that I don't know if I would necessarily count, because it was more of a co-production with Canada that Disney Channel was benefiting from. And yes, I love Avonlea.
That's not on Disney Plus.
No, I don't think it ever will be. Sullivan, who made the productions, has their own streaming service called Gazebo. And I know. And you can get Avonlea and Anne of Green Gables and all of those streaming on Gazebo. Or you can buy the DVDs or Blu-rays.
Gazebo.
Gazebo. I always laugh because with Gazebo, when my younger sibling was learning how to read, she was reading a book that had the word gazebo in it, and she asks, "What's a gazebo?" Makes me smile. There's a weird Debbie Reynolds movie called Gazebo, too, that I discovered when TCN had like a Debbie Reynolds marathon after her passing.
Alyssa says she also likes The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody and Disney Puzzles. Well, then you're in the right place. Do you have a favorite episode of Zack and Cody?
I like the one where they go, "Welcome to the Tipton." That specific episode.
I like the one where they pretend to be the other twin in order to fool Mr. Mosby.
Would you want to tell people the screen legend that we saw on Broadway twice?
Oh, but that's not from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That was from Jesse. I'm mixing up my my Disney Channel series that take place in New York City.
That's weird.
I know. I get them confused sometimes.
Gideon also likes the Sweet Life on Deck. Do you have a preference between Sweet Life on Deck or Sweet Life with Zach and Cody?
The one with Ashley Tisdale is better.
Do you get it? How she's London Tipton instead of Paris Hilton?
Yes, it was not lost on anybody back when the show aired. Today, maybe.
Paris Hilton's still like a thing.
She is. I mean, not a big thing, but she's a thing.
Gideon likes on deck more.
Oh,
There's something fun about it being on a cruise ship. I hope the mom's okay.
well, didn't it end with them, like, getting off the cruise ship and, like, graduating high school finally? Didn't watch the last episode, but I just hope.
Remember when they used to do mashups like Sweet Life on Deck?
The That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana? Is that what you're talking about?
Something like that. They did it
That was the first one. I can't remember the names of any of the ones after that. The That's So Sweet Life of Hannah Montana.
No.
Oh, be very careful. Do you want to slide it on a box? Or how about we move pieces so it can move where it needs to go? Wouldn't that be smart?
If you let me.
Yes, I am.
You think this goes here?
Yes. Does it connect in here anywhere? Yes, it does. Let's see, I think this might be, whose shoe is this? Maybe Grumpy? Put up Grumpy shoe. Without checking IMDb, do you know which Sprouse is still acting?
Isn't it Cole?
I don't know. I was asking.
Do you know their first big work?
Liar, Liar.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was... The first thing I remember seeing them in was Adam Sandler's Liar, Liar.
Wasn't the baby in Honey, I Blew Up the Kid? Someone?
I don't think they were Adam from Honey, I Blew Up the Kid. I don't remember seeing Adam in other things later on. He was certainly recast with Bug Hall in Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. A useless fact I know. But that's my favorite Honey Eye movie.
Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves?
Honey, We Blew Up the Kid.
Oh, Honey, We Blew Up the Kid.
I met somebody once. I knew somebody in high school whose favorite was Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. And I was like, really? Why?
They're in Big Daddy.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I was thinking of. Not Liar Liar, Big Daddy. Jake Lloyd was in Liar Liar. A useless fact, I know.
How much Jake Lloyd up to?
Prison?
Oh,
I think he's out now.
that's not good.
Oh, wow. I found a hidden Mickey on the puzzle. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's right here on the dare. See it?
Oh, wow, yeah. Huh. Didn't see that coming.
Right?
What's this quote from? Holy smokes, Roger, we've been dipped.
I'm gonna guess it's Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
What's the name of the track?
Oh, Roger Rabbit's Cartoon Spin.
Missing Park says, I love Disney movies and puzzles. We do too. We like them more when they're a little easier. Just saying.
We've been at this one most of the day so far.
Yes.
It's like a crumb or something under it.
Nope.
Not yet.
Missing Park also likes Snow White.
Snow White is great. A true classic.
That's not right.
No. Because it's curving. It shouldn't. Okay. feels like we're getting close.
Yeah.
But then I look at how many pieces are still out of the puzzle.
Out of the puzzle. Out of the puzzle. Take one puzzle.
Whoop. No. Oh, Nemo. Where was the piece that was? I felt like I was about to place right before that happened. No, Nemo. It's okay. Nemo.
Okay, here.
No, Dory. Hey. Hey.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
We are. We're getting nowhere in particular.
Excuse me. Is that a match?
No. It's always exciting to find out what the last piece is. It's always something that looks like it should have been obvious, but isn't.
Okay. Okay, guys, we're almost, hopefully almost there.
Feels like we are.
Does that go there?
I don't know that. Well, I mean, the bunny should be close to here. Yes. That's it. Here's a.
Still doesn't fit right. So.
Well, if you wait a little bit, it'll make sense what's out of order as we fill in everything. Because it's a space that's only 2 pieces wide.
Mm-hmm.
So somewhere along the way, a piece is in the wrong spot, and as we place things, we'll find something that doesn't connect, and that'll be it. Congratulations.
We got the border.
Woohoo! Big victory. piece almost looks like it has a button. Oh, you know what? I think it's the deer. I've been thinking it was the dwarf button.
Have a good night, Otar. Thank you very much for your support.
And we hope everybody watching is doing well, is safe and healthy. We are so close to being done with this.
think that is?
That looks like the squirrel's bushy tail. This looks like a thumb to me, and that can't be right. No, Dory. No, Dory. puppy.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, you want treats? Is that what you're telling me? Excuse me. I swallowed wrong. He can't. He don't know how. At a point where like all the pieces are starting to look the same. Zutro. Sacre bleu. I don't know why it took me so long to find that one unhappy. Woohoo! Oh, you have some on the board that make it harder to see them. Looking for a piece that's all innies, that's dark, may or may not have stars, like in that one. That's not it.
Here's another one.
Not it. That seems too big.
Yay!
Woohoo!
What do you think this is?
I think, yes. It's pants.
People.
Kids, behave.
Dory,
Dory,
off.
no. Hey.
Off. Bad girl.
You guys want to go outside? Nemo. Come on. It's like, I don't want it. Then stop barking. Nemo. Where's that piece with the brown? Nope. Right there. Nemo has all the energy right now. What? Nemo checking out to see if there's any treats left behind. He suddenly has a lot of energy. Does that fit?
No.
No.
Oh, wait, maybe. Yes.
Almost there. Almost there. It probably goes because it's so dark. Somewhere down here.
She's up there, right?
Isn't that him? Yeah, she's here.
Oh.
He's just got way too much energy. How'd you know? How'd you know we were talking about you? How'd you know? Hi, I know. I know. I know. We're building a puzzle. You want to smell? You want to sniff it? Woohoo!
We did it.
All done. Thank you so much to everybody who watched along. Hopefully you had a good time. We definitely did. What was the clock on that? 49 minutes. What's that become? It's like 9 hours. 8 hours, 9 hours.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, cool. We did it all in one sitting. Pretty proud. High five, fanboy. All right, thank you guys. Hope everyone stays safe and take care. Bye.